Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Hey, DC, the 5 should be updated now. Alright, before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. On the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastfightrading.com so I can get you sorted. Chen, what up? Alright, let's go. All right, while we're near to the 5, there's not a lot to do. We need to get some distance from the 5, and then we'll wait for the setups. Let's check higher time frame. We got the 5 and the 30 below the water. So let's see if the 1 is going to grab liquidity off the 5 before continuation below. So we have the 5 at 712.02. But a little spike up in after hours, and then pre-market, significant little dump. So we'll see just a pullback correction. I think we're expecting some big players to report today on earnings. So let's look for well, first 712.93. I want to say this right here, but we're going to be coming up to big resistance around this area. Wherever the path stops, we're going to be coming up to big resistance around here. So we're going to have to measure risk to reward if this happens right here. All right, so let's see if we BRR. We're going to look for a BRR above the 5, or we're going to look for a rejection at the 5. But this is good liquidity right here. Let's see if we get something like this right here. So we're gonna have to like overlay this like this kinda. Here, I'll make it a little smaller. We want to see on a much smaller time scale if it's gonna be this and then this and then this. But as of now, there's nothing really to do at the 5 here, right? We're going to wait for it to see a rejection, or we're going to wait to see continuation. So we need to gather the data. This is where we're data gathering. I'm just going to clean up the chart just a bit. Okay, remember, if it does get somewhere up here, you got to be cautious around here. Somewhere a little bit above 13. It looks like wherever I drew this is where we need to be cautious. Yeah, so the 5 is right here at this this yellow right here where the candles are touching right now. This is the 5. All right, now we want to see if this blue, if they break the blue, if we can get to 1349. Or really 1319. Now, if we break below the 5 and we make 1171 resistance, then we're going to look for our puts. So, like that. Which means we have a no man's land right here. In between the 5 and 1171, there's nothing to do. I don't know who's reporting today. I think some big dogs are reporting today. So we could see some consolidation just waiting for those reports, or the market's going to get ahead of it. I think everyone's expecting a beat. So if the market wants to get ahead of it, then we should expect some upside. Just going to clean up the chart just a bit. One of the Discord members with the Intel Consumer Confidence Report at 10 Eastern. How confident are these consumers? So look, there's probably nothing to do here, right? There's probably nothing to do in here. $10 a.m., that's in about 20 minutes or so. Oh wait. No, that's in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Sorry, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Morning, Doug. Doug TV, does the TV portion delineate anything, or is it just something you use? I'm curious what the TV portion means. Morning, Stacy. Probably nothing to do in here, right? Too close to the 5. We need to get some distance from the 5. We want to make 1171 some type of resistance. So that might look like something like this, right? If this wants to form resistance, it might look something like this. Hold on, I gotta do that over. That was my original, but after I learned to lose money, I kept it until I finally started making progress. Once I miraculously bumped into your channel, then I recently changed it to... I got it. I like hearing the origin story of screen names. So look, we want to look for a resistance against 1171 would look something like this, right? Maybe a rejection of this blue here. We still haven't confirmed anything, but we gotta wait for the data, right? We're back at market open, so if you didn't take any trades, good on you. This is why we wait. And this path right here that you see drawn, that's luck. That's literally me just guessing. I'm gonna go ahead and delete it really quick. Now, if this breaks straight through and just dumps, my bad. Nothing we can do about it. Ideally, we'd like to see this. This is ideal. If it breaks through and dumps, there's nothing we can do about that. We'd at least like to see some type of dance right here. And then be careful on lower day 710.79. Okay. Look, I'm telling you, I'm getting lucky on all these. Whatever I'm drawing, I'm telling you, I'm just getting lucky, okay? It's all luck. We're back at market open, so if you didn't take any trades, perfect. Perfect. We're gathering data. We got plenty of time. We need to stop thinking we need to be in every single leg of every move, right? Wait for the data, because what if we just travel up up this magenta for the rest of the damn day? Like this. What if we just travel up in here all day? And to be honest, it wouldn't look this clean either, right? They probably want to at least maybe touch the 5 again, or at least touch this blue. It's probably not going to be this clean. Because, look, this is all luck. I don't know that this is going to happen. Well, goddamn. I'm just going to clean the chart up just a little bit. So let's see if they're making a wedge here, like this. We're still gathering data, okay? So we want to see if they're making a wedge right here. I'm going to clean this up. Now the dangerous part about this wedge is that if it does break the blue, you got to deal with the 5. And we also haven't had a chance to test the blue. Okay. Wait, we actually didn't get a chance to test anything yet. This first 30-minute candle is pretty much a doji, so indecision. Let's wait for continuation in a direction. Remember, the market is an overall uptrend. All right, if we get above 7, 12, 18, we gotta look the other way. Remember, I told you it wouldn't be clean like that, you know, not this close to the 5. We want to at least either test the 5 or the blue. One of those, we wanted to test either the 5 or blue, you know, if it wanted to have some significant move down. Meaning reject off of either the 5 or blue. That's what I mean by test. So now we got to wait. And this 12-18 seems to be something there. It's too close to the 5. Too close to the 5. I want to see if we get above this dotted line that I have. At 12-18, they like it. They like it. From what I see, this is where all the liquidity is, right here at 12-18. So here was the issue, right? We wanted to see the test of either the 5 or the blue. Now that happened because we know it's not going to look clean, but it broke the blue. So this is the conundrum we're having. So are we going to stay inside magenta? We'll find out. We will find out. Let's look at higher time frame really quick. This 12-18, you're dancing right on it. If it breaks, it needs to be like a really strong candle break. You see, this is exactly where all the liquidities are, right? Exactly on this 12-18. So now that we're retesting the 5, it'll probably be easier. It'll be easier now that we retested the 5. We'll get some idea. Still at market open. I'm gonna check higher time frame really quick. Everything's sideways right now. All right, let's see if we let's see what we got on the break of this. What is this? Magenta. All right, Discord, let this play out in between this blue and this green. And in between the blue and the green, to the upside, we want to look for this right here. And to the downside, we're going to see, we want to look for rejection on this blue and the break of this green. Okay? Those are the setups. Let me make sure everyone's clear. Everyone's clear. Let me go back into the secret room. We're going into the secret room. All right, look. Okay, the upside's on the screen. So you should have your 5-minute chart open. You should have all these charts open, at least the 30, the 5, and the 1, just so you don't have to watch me draw and shake the screen. You don't have to watch me shake the screen if you open up your own chart. But yeah, on the 5, we want to look for this right here. We want to break this and then make support right here. And then for the downside, it's a rejection off here and then break of this. And then you can only ask for the key level, this key level right here. Let me highlight it. You can only ask for that key level. So essentially we're in this range right here. Watch. I'm gonna make Essentially, we're in this range right here. Bang. All right, there. And if we so the reason to the upside why I have it like that, now that I'm looking at the 1, it would make sense because that would mean we're over the 5. All right, let's see what they want to do here. So we know there's a crap ton of liquidity right here, and we know there's obviously some on the 5. We're still in the opening candle, right? We're still in opening candle. So if you didn't take any trades, you did the right thing. We needed to gather data. We still need data. We don't have enough data to go off of. We have to test our theories. We gotta test our thesis. Now, judging by the environment, either it's gonna, the candles, if one of them break, they're just gonna stack one on top of another to give us some good movement, or look how choppy, or it's gonna be an annoying choppy grind. But they're literally in the middle of opening candle. I don't think this wedge has any more room. So if it doesn't play, it doesn't play. Nothing we can do about that. To the upside, it's gonna be the most dangerous, because that 5 is right there, being a menace to society. Yeah, this first 30-minute doji didn't help. Man, it seems like they're building up so much liquidity. It seems like they're building up a lot of liquidity here. Wait till it's obvious. Chen, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, bud. This price action is not ready yet. They're building something. Because every time we hit a certain level, we see a wick here, a wick here, a wick, 1, 2, 3, 4. We see 4 wicks that want to push it back up. The only scary part about the upside is it got the 5 right here. So one of them's gonna win, right? You see the sellers pushing it down, the buyers pushing it back up. One of them's gonna get tired. Got a minute and a half on the candle. We got a minute and a half on that 5-minute candle. Don't front run it. You're not going to be late. Just wait for whatever needs to happen. You won't be late. Not with this much liquidity. To the downside, they have a line in the sand at 710.95.
On that beat, going crazy.
This is sideways. We're just in the opening candle still. Okay. Give us something here. Okay. We should see a little bit of support at 710.95. Oh yeah, the consumer confidence report came out. That's right. Were they confident or not? Damn it. Okay. All right, Discord. Now you need to protect this trade. You need to protect the trade, okay? I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to be reasonable. That's all I'm saying. There we go. That's a good trade, right? That's a good trade. Now we hit our target Now figure out your life. So if you're watching on YouTube or wherever, our call entry had to be up here. Our put entry was on the break of our green right here. So we're going to go ahead and call this one. Bam. And it went right to the target. Now after this, we don't know. If we get underneath and form some resistance underneath, what is this? 710.73, then we'll have an idea. There it is. There we go. Everyone cool? Everyone cool? All right. All right. All right, cool. There we go. So remember, the break of green was our entry. The call entry had to be up here. Had to be up here. This is the put entry right here. So number one, we had to break blue. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. If you didn't know, oh my, look at the money we just printed. Look at this money. God damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Look, in the secret room, this is where we cook up the plays. Everyone knew on the break of this green, we're going in on puts. Look at the money we just printed. Easy money. Let me not say that. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Look at the money we just printed. It's too easy. It's too easy. And there's still people that's gonna sit there on the sideline wondering, should I join the Discord? Look at the money we just printed. Easy. Everyone cool? Yes, if you made money, there's no reason to sit here and do this all day. You made the money, we waited. Hoo-wee. Look at the money we just printed. Now follow your exit strategy. Even if you got in on the break of this teal, right? In the Discord, I had the teal highlighted to tell them we're in this range. If we break down or if we break up, whichever one, easy money. Look at the... Oh my gosh. Anyways, look, even for everyone on YouTube, look, I drew the wedge. Look what happened. It rejected on the blue. Rejection, rejection, rejection. Easy money. Even on the... Look at the money. Okay. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Look at the money. There's still going to be people wondering, should I join the Discord? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, look at the show. Oh my gosh. I told you it's going to look. This is a lot of liquidity they're building up. Look at the money. Oh my goodness. All right, adjust your stops. We're at the next key level here. So adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. Look at this lick box. Easy. Easy. Oh my gosh. Look at the money we just printed. Chen, I get it, man, but you're going to do much better in the Discord. You just gave up a whole bunch of money for not you gave it up, but everyone in the Discord was fully aware. I made sure everyone knew what the setup was. Break of this green, or it has to be break. This is a if then, right? If we break the blue, then we have to wait for the retest and reject of this 71240, right? Otherwise, it's on the break of this green. And even still, I had this one down here. So if you wanted to wait from this to this, cool. Look at the money. Also, pay attention to the rejection. See the body, the wick, it rejected our liquidity box. This is perfection. This is perfection. Look at the money we're printing right now. And there's people still wondering, I don't know what to do with my life. Should I join the Discord? You're worried about $150 for a month. We do this every day. For a month, they're worried about $150. This is more than $150 on one contract. This is more than $150. People just don't make sense. I don't get it. They want to learn. They want to make this a thing for themselves. They want to change their life, but they don't want to spend the money to make $100. So you stepped over $1,000 today because you didn't want to burn a $150 in a month. It's not for you. It's not for everybody. This isn't for everybody. This is not for math isn't for everybody. Some people are good at literature. And if that's you, write yourself a sad story. Because we had the answers way ahead of time. We already had the answers. Easy. It's too easy. Write yourself a sad story if you're in your literature, because math is what we deal with here. This is just numbers. I've already done the math. All right, this one got me. I'm going to let the runners run for a little bit. This one got me. This was a good trade. This was a very excellent trade. Oh, wee. Chen, you need to join the Discord, brother. This was, I'm not going to say it was easy. I don't want to say that because what we're doing is the hard thing because we're fighting the emotions, but we have to let the market tell us what's happening. We have to let the price tell us. We don't want to guess. And when you said I'm in calls, I'm in puts, I'm in calls, that means you're guessing. You're risking money for no reason. And you left a whole bunch on the table. Now look, man, it's going to cost you $150, but you're going to be fine. In a month, you'll be fine. You will be fine. You got to invest in yourself at some point, man. You got to invest in yourself. This is a good play, right? So we're going to say from, what was it? 1132. As of right now, you know, it could still go. To 0967, this is good money. That's what I'm saying. I know people, there's plenty of people that tell me every day, hey, thank you for this money I made. Thank you for the money. But what I'm saying is you could do far better, far better. Far better. It's not even a close comparison. This is easy. This is actually too easy. I'm probably going to start to chase these with the runners now because I don't really, we made good money on the initial contracts. I'm going to start to chase my runners, or I'm going to give it a little bit of space, but I'm going to start to adjust my stop till, you know, to more profit. We had a good day. We had a very good day. If you made money, you need to think about calling it a day. You don't need to sit here and do this all day. There you go. Think about calling it a day. You don't, we did the hard thing. We did the hard thing. Yesterday it was hard to catch the wave. Now, if you're trying to catch the wave now, just you know, I'm going to be here. I'm going to set up some more, but like we have to put the odds in our favor. We have to put, everything we do is risk management. So if we sit here and just keep, you know, calls, puts, it's not how it works. This is a business. We have to treat it like that. We had a good day. Very good day. Even if your day was $50, $10, like you have to learn how to quit when you're ahead or else you're never going to build the account. Damn it. This one got me down here on my runners. Okay. I'm going to let this settle out. This was a good trade. This was a good trade. This was a good trade. If you're doing exit strategy legs, you're still in the trade. Okay? If you're doing exit strategy, what is this? Trend line, you're still in the trade. You know, I have very low risk tolerance. So when I stop myself out, whatever. I want to make the money. I want to make the money. If you're following the exit strategies that I provide, you're still in the trade, right? Exit strategy legs, still on. Exit strategy break a blue, still on. And now look, we're below the water, right? All right, bottom of this lick box, be careful, okay? There might be a bounce right here, an uncomfortable bounce. I'm going to get up and circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. This was an excellent day. Oh, man. We had a good day. I know some of you are probably still holding, so hold if you're going to hold. Follow whatever the strategy is that you implemented. We don't have to worry about the entries. It's the exits. The exits, the only thing. We never have to worry about, not never, but it's very rare we have to worry about the entries, right? Very rare. Just take the money, call it a day. And then in time, you're going to learn which exit strategy is best for you. In time, you're going to learn. It just takes a little bit of time. So either you're going to wait for this blue to break, or you're going to take it at key level. I'm a key level guy. I took at key level. Or you're going to allow the legs to close, whichever one you're going to do. Whichever one you're going to do, but you need to come up with an exit strategy. That's what you need to do. You don't have to worry about the entry. Let me worry about that. Let me do that part. All you need to do is this part. That's all you need to do. You're going to be fine. And if you're on YouTube and you're interested in learning how to do this, go to that website, livespytrading.com, so I can get you sorted. It's not a matter of if, but when. And remember, this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is going to take you a little bit of time. You're going to need time to understand what the shit I'm talking about. I don't speak like every other streamer doing this, right? They know all the technical terms and they have their 1,000 screens and all. They got 10,000 screens in front of them and they seem like they know what they're doing. But I mean, I try to keep it simple. I try to keep it simple. We only had two options. Option 1 was up here and it had to do this. Option 2 was on the break of this green. Very simple. Very simple. Now, if you're in the Discord and you were unclear, there's only one person that said something. So if you needed more clarification, you need to tell me. I don't mind, this. I'm doing this for you guys. So you guys need to tell me. You need to tell me, hey, I don't get it. What are we waiting for? What's the plan here? Don't be afraid to tell me. Essentially, I couldn't be any more clear. So if I'm telling you I couldn't be any more clear, but it was still confusing to you, you also need to tell me that so I can come up with something. We need to identify the problem. I need you all to win. But it's going to take a little bit of trust me on your part. I know, I get it. I'm a random voice on the other side of the screen. And it's a lot of money we're dealing with. I get it. It's going to take a little bit of trust. You're going to have to trust me just a little bit. I'm not saying to throw the whole kitchen sink at every trade. I'm saying to take your time. I'm saying I give you exit strategies to use those strategies to your advantage. If you're trading off the 5 minute, which we should, you're still in the trade. You're still in the trade. And eventually you'll see pattern. You're going to see the pattern. Damn, this guy said it. This guy said this and it happened. This guy said this and it happened. You're going to see the pattern. It's going to take you a little bit of time. Now look, 709.46. Oh wait, on the bottom of the lick box, right? The bottom of the lick box. That's expect a little bit of look at the money. Look at the money. Look at them. Bruh. Look at this. Chen, you're here every day. Do yourself the favor. Join the Discord. It's free to try. It's free to try. You're not going to lose anything. If you don't like it, you don't have to stay. But, you know, I see that you're interested in this and you're very, you know, you got a passion for it maybe. Maybe you're trying to change your life. Maybe you see the light at the end of the tunnel. All right, look, we broke through. We broke through the bottom of the lick box. So I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. We see how we're going level by level. Look, we had a break of the green. I told you where, for whatever reason, I had this teal here, right? So we have a break, a retest, and a rejection of this teal. For whatever reason, I don't know why, but I put this teal here. Maybe it'll come to me, but anyways, we had a break, retest, reject. So you go level. So this is our entry by level, and now you're gonna wait to see if it gets underneath here. Level by level. Exit strategy legs is still popping. Still popping. Whew. Okay, I need to get up and circulate some blood. I got a bad heart. Man, we had a good day. All right, I'm going to be right back. Don't overtrade. While I'm away, you need to think about what you want to do with your life. The answer is right in front of your face. And we do this every day. This isn't like some anomaly. We do this every single day. So I changed up the way we do it. So now, you know, YouTube, you guys are going to get some plays, right? I'll give you some plays. But the Discord has the money plan. The Discord's got the shmoney. This is where all the money is, right? Anyways, I'll go through it again when I come back. Let me circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. One more thing I want to say to the Discord before I take a break is, I think we all know. All right, does everyone understand the setup right now on the 1 minute? If you don't understand the setups on the 1 minute, you gotta let me know now. But another thing I want to say is, if you're hyper focused on the 1 minute chart, remember we're trading off the 5 minute chart. If you're hyper focused on the 1 minute chart, or if you're hyper focused in your brokerage, right? Let's say you take the trade and you have, like, I don't know, maybe automatic 15%. It has to be above the last high, below the last low, number one. And a little bit more because we're playing with options, right? And then if you're hyper focused in that brokerage, it's gonna mess you up. It's gonna keep stopping you out. Use the 5 minute chart. It's smoother, it's easier. Or try using the 2 minute chart with Heikin-Ashi candles. Try that. And if you don't understand what's going on the 1 minute chart, you need to tell me right now, because I'm gonna get up and walk away for a little bit. Cruz, you need to stop driving. What? You can't drive and trade, dude. Cruz, you need to stop trading or stop driving, but you can't do both. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Do not do that. Don't drive and trade. That's not a thing. You need to cut that out. Only because I love you, but don't do it. Oh, God. But yeah, it's very important. I'm telling you, whenever it happens, you won't be late. If we build that much liquidity, and then, you know, we see you get a little bit of distance from the 5, you're not going to be late. Whenever that breaks, on this one, it was that magenta. On the 1 minute chart, it was that magenta, right? Whenever that magenta breaks, you know, it's going to move. The orders have to be filled. So you got to have a little bit of trust. Like, the orders, they just have to be filled. There's no other way around it. No matter how we feel about it, no matter who says what, the orders have to be filled. There's already orders sitting at certain levels, right? Allow me to identify those levels, and then we see who wins. This is very simple. You don't even need to think. Just don't overstay your welcome. Take the money. Don't overstay your welcome. That's it. We'll be fine. And Cruz, stop driving. And you're texting and driving and trading. No way. Oh, man. Brother, you got to cut that out. You got to cut that out. I don't recommend that. All right, look. On this play here. Damn, I still haven't even gotten up yet. On this play here, you know, it was very obvious. We hit the key level. We only have one direction to go. And then this 50-50, that's your risk. That's your risk. So if you get above, cool. But I gave this one to everyone in the world right here for free. If you don't see what, and that was just because I know some of you hesitated on this one right here. So I'm trying to give you plays, right? Oh, he may have a Tesla self-driving. True, maybe. True. But either way, still, you trust a Tesla to drive for you? It seems. I remember one time I was in my homeboy's car and he was driving, and then he like let the Tesla drive. I'm like, I felt so uncomfortable with the whole thing. I was very uncomfortable with it. And it can park for you and everything. I'm like, okay, they don't need humans anymore. So I drew this one up just to get, you know, some of you something, just so you can get a little play out of it. And look, right now we're at the 50-50, so, you know, if you see some liftoff, then, you know, maybe Oh, it's going to be whatever I have drawn is probably our best bet. Whatever I have drawn here, that's going to be our best bet. To the upside, right? To the upside. Obviously the 5 might be a target, but you know, this would be your first stop. If we do see some type of pullback right here, if they form some type of support right here and head up, don't ask for more than this. If you get past this, great. But right now we're at the 50-50, right? So remember, there's a flexion here to the upside, and there's a flexion here to the downside. So every flexion point is like a little range. So allow this range to figure itself out. And again, this is me just eyeballing this stuff. I don't know that I don't know that any of this is going to happen, but I get lucky sometimes. But I get very fortunate sometimes. Very fortunate. Very fortunate. But I don't know any of this is going to happen. I'm just telling you what I see and how I view it. I'm trying to make a visual representation of what's going on in my brain. And I'm doing it way ahead of time. So this is how this works. This is how all this works. So you don't really need to think too hard. And if none of this happens, then guess what? Cool story. That means we're in chop. Right? So we have a high likelihood of success. A high likelihood of success. And if you hesitate and excuse me, let's say it starts to like grind ugly in a downward direction and you have a hard time finding an entry, then wait for a break and retest underneath 709.46. Or actually, let me do low a day. I'll do low a day. I still haven't gotten up. I need to get up. I need to circulate blood. My hands are getting numb and my vision is getting all messed up. I need to circulate some blood really quick. Here comes, I get tunnel vision. Like my vision starts to get dark on the outside. I'm highlighting low a day here. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I need to get up. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. What is this gap here? What the damn? What is this gap? Is that, does everyone see that gap? What the hell? What is this gap all about? All right, what? I'm not comfortable with this gap. This makes me uncomfortable. Either there's like a shit ton of selling pressure. Like, I mean, a shit ton of, what? Okay, it's not on the 5, but still on the 1. What is this gap all about? Either there's a shit ton of selling pressure or, okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're copying me, Stacy. Yeah. What is this gap all about? I'm not comfortable with this gap. This is, you know, I've seen little tiny gaps recently, but this is kind of significant here. What is this? How much from what? Damn, why can't I talk? From 1051 down to 1027. That's a pretty significant gap. Either a shit ton of selling pressure that so many sell orders came in that it just went to the next level automatically, or it's going to be when they reclaim it a strong push to the upside. So I'm not comfortable with this gap. I'm also not comfortable with dancing on the yellow line. Shouldn't do that. They need to fill this gap. They need to fill this gap, or I'm not comfortable with that gap. If there were so many sell orders that it just gapped down like that, that would, in the middle of the trading day. What is going on here? All right, let's see what's going on here. This is interesting. Very interesting. I don't know why it always boggles my mind whenever I see a gap like that. Okay, there. Yeah, we needed to see that strong push to close it. Okay, all is well. All is well. Now let's see if they continue to the upside, and let's see if they make whatever this random line is I have here. What is this random line? 1063. Let's see if they make this 1063 some type of support. All right, let me tell the mascot no more overtime. We're not paying you to be cute. All right, let's see. If you're on YouTube and you're tired of seeing me, you're tired of the commercials, and you're tired of me constantly doing this right here, you need to join the Discord. It gets much easier in there. Much easier. For some reason, I gotta shake the screen. I don't know why. Whenever I see the plays, it's like a Etch-a-Sketch. I have to shake it. Oh no, the Etch-a-Sketch erases the plays, right? Never mind. Ignore me. We gotta wait to see what's happening in here. If we do break this magenta again, you gotta measure risk to reward to low a day. Or no, actually to 709.46. And your best bet is going to be a break and retest underneath 709.26. Oh, okay, I just got information. I need to reload my chart. All right, cool. I needed to reload. All right, so let's see on the 5 minute if we're going to stay inside this blue. Like this. All right, if we're going to stay in the blue. Actually, you know what? You know what? This is what we got to do right here. This is what we got to do. Secret room. All right, here are the setups. I messed that up. Hold on. Something like that. There's probably a 50-50 right here. And I'm going to drag this over just a bit. And then we have this, this, this. Gosh darn it. It's hard to draw with carpal tunnel. Okay, there. All right, setups are on the screen. We had a pretty good day today. We had a pretty good day. Now look, there's a look at the price action. Let's pay attention to the environment we're in, okay? Here's something else we need to consider. Just because something plays out kinda, we have to be aware of the environment we're in. You see the engulfing candles one after another. So if you're not if your stops aren't set properly, and if you keep chasing candle by candle, if you're chasing inside of the same candle, it's going to stop you out. How do I know? Because of the volatility inside. The benefits of the Discord are the setups are in the Discord, right? This stuff you're seeing on YouTube, this is the free stuff. The setups are in the Discord ahead of time. Very specific directions. Very specific. Also, you have access to my trading plans. Every morning I make a trading plan. Also, you have access to all the lessons to learn how to interpret whatever the shit I'm saying. So basically, the Discord gets the most accurate information. Also, we have a lesson on how to enter and exit the trades. Now, that entry and exit lesson, that depends on your, personal risk tolerance, but at least I give some type of framework to work off of. So now you're not just blindly holding forever. Here, look, while this is playing out, I'm going to show you the benefits of the Discord. Watch. Ready? Are you paying attention? Watch this. I'm going to share my screen. All right, if we go to the trade chat, every single day, I post all the wins. Every single day, I post wins. Every day we post wins, right? Every day I make a trading plan so we know what's going to happen. Whenever a certain thing happens, we know what to expect. So if you're not on the Discord, you have no idea of expectation. You have no idea of the turnaround points, of the flexion points. None. You're just flying blind based on whatever I'm saying. Also, we have long-term plays where I tell everyone some ideas. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we get some ideas for long-term plays, long-term portfolios. Okay? And we have lessons. And you have a nice little tight group of people that you're trading with. So those are the benefits. The benefits of the Discord is you get the information ahead of time. Because I'm telling you right now, YouTube does not get... I'm telling you, I'm just being fully transparent and fully honest. You're getting like half-assed. You're getting the half-assed stuff. And then what I've been doing lately is I've been going into this secret room like this. Like this, going into the secret room. So no one sees anything. I draw up the plays in the Discord. And then I'll come back and show the YouTube after the fact. Look what you missed out on. But this stuff right here, this is the free stuff that I'm giving away. See, for example, like right now, you have no idea what the setup is. You have no idea what the setup is right now. You just see two lines on the screen. You don't know which one is which. You don't know what to do. You don't know when the entry is. Wait, let me make sure I set them up. I didn't even do it. Hold on, I gotta go back into the room. I gotta go back into the room. That's actually kind of similar. Let me... Watch, when this is done playing out, I'm going to show you the advantage. I'm going to show you the advantage when this is done playing out. Let me give it some time. Because whatever I'm saying is going to happen. I already know it. It's going to happen. Whether you like it or not, take that, take that. It's going to happen. We just got to learn how to play it. But I will say right now, at this point in time, it's very similar. Very similar. But earlier today, that was the money. What time was it? Like around, I don't know, 10:20, 10:30-ish? Yeah, maybe like anywhere between 10:20 and 10:30. That was the play. This is the giveaway stuff. And I think another advantage of being in the Discord is that somehow, some way, it just so happens to work out that when you show appreciation for other people's work and you respect and appreciate what people are doing, it takes you further in life. It's hard to explain. I know this is a new concept for younger people, but but it's true. It's true. It'll take you much further. Somehow, some way, the universe just has a way of knowing. It always just works out like that. Have you ever had someone take advantage of you and then something bad happens to them and then you're like, not that you're a bad person, but it's just a natural reaction, and then you're like, good. That's what you get, right? That ever happened? Same thing. Same thing. I've had people come in the stream and try to basically make call outs against what I'm calling out. They're saying literally the opposite, or just, in my opinion, they're just throwing up guesses. There's no valid reason why they're saying certain things. And you know, they'll say, for example, puts look good right now, or whatever it is, and I'll be like, I don't know about that. I'll try to talk them out of it, and it works against them. I'm thinking, why would you come into my stream saying the opposite? But you know what happens, people do it. But anyways, if you don't show appreciation for other people's hard work, and it's not like I'm not providing value, right? I'm pretty sure I'm providing some value here. I'm pretty sure I'm providing value. Whatever we're doing right now is a very valuable skill. Very valuable skill. Because it goes beyond just making a quick buck here and there. It goes beyond that, right? You're talking about what that quick buck actually translates into. And it translates into freedom. It turns into a level of freedom. can't really put a price tag on that, but for today you get the low, you get the discount special of $150 a month for your freedom. That's funny. That's funny. $150 for freedom. There it is. That's the spiel. Look, we knew if you're taking these plays, it's going to be like this, right? We knew it was going to be hectic. That if you're chasing it candle by candle, you know, there's only so much I can do besides tell you the answers to the test. And I'm telling you, whichever one of these happen, because they have to happen, it has to be whatever I'm saying it's going to be. It has to be like that because that's just the way the market works. And once you understand that I'm right more than I'm wrong, and then you have to pay attention to what I'm saying. I'm telling you, it's going to be hectic in here. You see the environment. Look at the environment. They're going to turn around and slap you in the face. If you're not holding until, you know, you make profit or the target is hit, then, and if you keep adjusting your stop in between, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Exactly everything I said that was happen is happening. And also, another advantage of the Discord is that when I log off here, when I stop streaming on YouTube, the show still goes on in the background. Still goes on in the background. You know, there's some days where, you know, I just got to go. But I'll tell them. Now look, if you took this flexion, we're coming up to the key level, so adjust your stops. Now you adjust your stops, right? Now we're at the target. So here's the flexion point. Here's what happened. Now you need to adjust your stop. Either you're going to take profit here or figure out your life. Or you're going to follow your exit strategy, whatever it is. But this is the time where you need to, and then look, you're coming up, you got to measure risk to reward. On the break of this, whatever this is, this magenta here, is it worth it to take the risk here to here, to 709.46, or to, what did I say? 709.26, my bad. No, yeah, both of these. Your trade's in the red. That means you bought a call when you weren't supposed to, Chen. You bought a call when you were not supposed to. I'm glad you're back, because right now I'm about to show the value of the Discord. Watch. Let it keep going. I'm going to let it play out. Watch. I'm going to let it play out. Easy money. I'm about to show everybody what the value is right now. Watch. Hold on. I'm going to let this settle out. But I'm glad you asked the question. I'm glad I got the question. Very valid question. All right, I'll show it now. I'll let it settle out. Let me show it now. So, in the Discord, here we go. This was our put scenario right here at this level, right? Here's how we knew. Because, number one, we're in this blue until we're not. Look at this blue. You see this blue channel? You see this shadowy whatever it is I have here? All that's saying is we're in this until we're not. So on the rejection here, which is at this 50-50, look at this 50-50 right here. And I even have it highlighted with the arrow. Look at the flexion point, 710.87. Look at the wick, 710.85. I mean, gosh darn, 2 cents, right? So look, we knew if it rejects at this blue and at this, what is this? 710.86-ish, while staying in blue, we know where our entry is for puts because we're still in this blue, right? The only call entry had to, hold on, let me put this back. The only call entry, we had to break the blue, shoot way up here, retest this level here, and reject. This is the only call entry, right? So none of that ever happened, meaning there's no call entry because we didn't break. So the only possible entry we had was puts because we're in the blue. And that is not delineated on the 1 minute chart, only on the 5 minute chart. This is the value of the Discord. It's right in front of your face. All the answers to all the questions you have, it's right here in front of your face. We're in, see this shadow, this little shadowy thing right here? Look at the money. This is too easy. It's too easy. Anyways, but look, we're at the bottom of this lick box, so be careful. All right, we're at the bottom of the lick box here. Now we need to pay attention. Wait, El Wancho. There's El Wancho, there's Chencho, there's too many Chos. I thought you guys were Chinese, but El Wancho, does that answer your question? Does that answer your question, the value? What's the point of the Discord? Because they already had the answers. It's not on the 1 minute chart. Maybe you could have got something on this, but it's very clear on the 5 minute chart. Very clear. Look how perfect. Look how perfect. And again, remember, this I gave away just for free. This is free. But our entry was actually up here. This is our actual entry. Right here. Okay, I was talking on mute, gosh darn it. Yeah, El Wancho, just I'm giving away free sessions. Just try it for free. If you like it, continue. If not, cancel. They're not gonna now they're gonna ask you for the card, but just cancel. You don't have to worry about it. It's not like they're gonna charge you anyway. They're gonna ask you before you continue. Do you want to continue? If you do, you don't have to do anything. Or I'm not sure how it works, but if you want to continue, continue. If not, hit cancel. No big deal. No big deal. And if you're trading off Robinhood, that's very difficult. You did a good thing. 200 bucks today. That's a good day. But Robinhood's going to be very difficult for you, man. Robinhood would be very difficult. Let's see. This is 5 seconds on this candle. So look, we need to see if we're going to continue in this blue, right? Preferably, we like a break and retest underneath this lick box. We like a break and retest underneath the lick box, preferably. Otherwise, okay. Let me. I'm gonna redo this. We're gonna use this right here. So we need to see if this is going to happen. Oh, sorry, my bad. That's wrong. Like this. So we're going to extend this out to here now. Okay? So, rejection off this blue is going to look like this. Wait for this. Okay. Now we have more data. So this is on the table here. And remember, we've been lucky all, pretty much all morning. So at any point here, I think this would also be reasonable here. Actually, it's a lot of liquidity in here. So wait for a BRR to either side. That's what it is. Okay? That's the answer. So essentially, this is going to be a BRR of the lick box too, right? The answer is BRR to either side. Okay? You don't need to think about it. That's the answer. So don't think. Just follow what the charts say. Let's not get ahead of it. Don't front run it. It's got to be one of these things. It has to be. And if not, then guess what? That means we didn't get caught in here. So one of these things have to happen, right? It simply must be like that. I'm gonna take this away. I'm gonna put this back white so it's not confusing. Now this is white again. I'm gonna put it back to a 1. Just so it's not confusing. Now use them as key levels, okay? Use them as resistance or support. So allow whatever needs to happen. If we do break this should give you an idea that, maybe this is the next level, right? Meaning above this lick box. If we break this has to be the target. Not that it has to be, but, we have at least something. Because remember, liquidity goes 2 ways. We have the horizontal liquidity and the diagonal liquidity. So at this point here, we see weakness in the blue. We might be in the horizontal liquidity, okay? Try Weeble. I like Weeble. So let whichever one that needs to happen, let it happen. Don't front run it. But if you made money today, you need to think about calling it a day. Okay? I'm going back to the real world. Very good day today. Very good day. All right, look, Juancho, you want to know why you should join? I'm going to show you right now. In pre-market, right? Before the market open, I'm going to share my screen with everybody. In pre-market here, this is my analysis from this morning. We're going to go to the micro inverse cup and handle right here. Going to click on this one. We want to see the price do this, right? And then I have the 5. I don't know where the 5 was going to be at this time, but, you know, I made a little estimation here. But you can just use the numbers, right? So let's say underneath 709.78, whatever. Now let's look at real life. Look at this. Look at this. So here's what I drew. Here's real life. Here's what I drew. Here's real life. Here's what I drew. Here's real life. Now, when did I draw it? 6:05 a.m. before the market opened. Okay? So if that's not enough to tell you what you need to do with your life, there's nothing that's going to convince you. This is not for you. This is not for everybody. This is not for everybody.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Mr. Amen or Amon. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Either Amen or Amon. Thank you for the offer. I appreciate the compliment. However, if you're interested in making money, join the Discord. Okay? Just join the Discord. You'll be fine. But I appreciate the offer. But I'm doing something that's important to me. And if you want to be a part of it, you're more than welcome. But it's probably not going to happen. But thank you for the offer. I don't want to sound ungrateful. These puts below 714.50 were a plan. $714.50. It was a pretty good plan. You said where a plan? I think you meant were a plan. We identified our entry on puts when around this time right here, the 10:30 candle. 10:30 candle. But I already just showed everyone the trading plan from this morning and how it absolutely hit perfectly. So, all right, don't overstay your welcome, Discord. Protect your trade now, okay? There's a 30 cents. Don't get greedy here. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. That's all I'm saying. Take the money. Even if you scalped a little bit here and there, just take the money. Oh yeah, I can erase this one. Yeah, I can erase this. If you took green to key level, okay, you're at key level. So you need to figure out your life now, right? If you took green to key level, now you need to figure out your life. That was the risk right there. Now we might have an annoying grind, so you don't want to get involved in the annoying grind. If it doesn't do whatever we have on the screen, then it's probably not interested in it. If you're doing exit water, then you're still in the trade. If you're doing exit strategy above below water, you're still in the trade. If you're on YouTube, you have no idea what I'm talking about, you got to join the Discord. All right, I think this one played out, right? This one played out. We're gonna let the next setup play out. I'm gonna get up and circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. We're just letting this settle out. We're letting it settle, and then we're gonna see where the wave pushes us, and we're gonna follow that wave. But we gotta let this lick. We gotta let that lick box figure itself out, right? We gotta let this lick box figure itself out. I'm gonna be here off to the side. I'll check back in a little bit. Chen, I'll show you the put play was here. So that never happened. There was no put play. Here, I'll show you again. This had to be the put play. Otherwise we're doing this. But here's the thing. It's not your fault because you're not in the Discord. You didn't know. You're just guessing. You don't have to guess. Certain things need to happen. And if it doesn't happen, then there's no setup. You don't need to guess, Chen. Now, it may, you know, they still got some time for that put to hit, but you're going to have to wait a little bit. You're going to have to hold on to like 1300. But then you have to think, that's an hour of theta. I'm about to show everyone the value of the Discord right now. Give it a second. Give it a second. I'm going to show everybody. Everybody in the world is going to get a chance to see. All 13 of you. Right? All 13. Watch. I'm going to show everyone. I'm going to explain everything I said in the Discord to the Discord members. But we're going to... Actually, you can't rewind it now. You're going to have to wait till after the stream. Go back to around... Shit. Maybe like 30 minutes ago, when I'm explaining the setups, you're going to hear me say everything that's about to happen right now. Everything. Or everything that's currently happening right now. You'll see. You will see. But let me let it play out before I start. I don't want to get ahead of myself. So we'll just wait. We'll wait and see what happens. Because we could just fade sideways here all day. We could just do this all damn day. Watch. Once it happens, I'm going to come back and I'm going to say, I knew we already knew this is going to happen. Let me let it play out. I'll let it play out just a little bit more. I mean, I could say it now, but I'll let it play out a little bit more. Probably got at least another 45, 50 minutes, or 45 minutes of annoying grind. All right, very briefly, for the Discord members, look, I told everybody, if we break this blue here, we can, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but we had a high likelihood that we can at least expect maybe the top of this lick box here, right? So if you were to take this trade on the break of blue, this is, even if you got it in the worst possible time, but you know, break of blue is probably about here. So 709.84. Right now we're at 710.43. This is good money. This is good money. You know, if we hit the top of the lick box, great. However, you know, I can only give you the answers to the test, but I'm telling you exactly what to expect, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and call this one because I literally said it out loud. I literally said it out loud in the secret room. And you look, for any puts, we had to see this right here. It had to be like this on a break and read test underneath whatever this level is right here. Whatever this is what we wanted to see. So since this never happened and we broke the blue, now we have an idea of what to expect. And I said, it's not guaranteed, but we got a high probability of success. A high probability of success, right? So we're gonna go ahead and call this one. This is also a good trade. Now it took a little bit. I told you, you're gonna have to hold on for about an hour, 45 minutes at least, something like that, right? But there's only now, if I wasn't clear enough with the exact words that I said, I need to know. You guys need to tell me. You guys need to tell me if I'm not being clear. Hold on, let me clear this up. So we're like, let's see, we're 20 cents away. Is it? Hold on. Yeah, we're about 20 cents away from hitting the target. Remember, on the break of blue, I said if it breaks blue, you know, we have an idea. We see weakness in blue. If it breaks, now we know what to do. We have an expectation. Not that it's going to hit, but at least we can get something out of it, right? So this is well over the 30 cents that I offer. Well over the 30 cents, and we're like, you know, maybe 20 cents away from the target. So someone asked, what's the value of the Discord? This is the value here. This is the value. You're seeing it right now in real life. Right? I did this way ahead of time. This was done like around 11:30, maybe 11, somewhere around this time here, between 11:30 and 11:50. For sure it was done somewhere around this time because I literally just moved this over here. But we knew that if we break this, the top of those lick box is probably on the agenda. All right, snail trail. There you go. All right, Jones. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, we just have to. You guys are gonna have to trust me just a little bit. Like, and look, and if I say something and it doesn't happen, then that all that means is that's not our trade. That's not our setup. That's all that means. You know, I'm not gonna get it right every single time. Today we had a good day. You know, I've been 100% on the day. But as long as we understand the risks, you'll be fine because we know how to make money on the other side. So let's say I think Chen was in he was in puts a long time ago. You know, hopefully you had a reasonable stop. But or I said you're gonna have to hold for until at least 1300 to figure out what's gonna happen, right? So either you stopped out and then you're gonna try to make it back on the other side, or you're gonna hold till infinitum. But you know, there's only so much I can do, right? When I'm telling you on the break of this blue, we can only expect to target here. This is well over the 30 cents. We're damn near from 59, you know, like 12 cents away from hitting the target. And I even put here, we're not looking for puts until the BRR of the lower day. So besides, putting a thick line and with an arrow pointing and saying this is where the puts are, there's nothing more I can do. And this is the value of the Discord. This is it right here in front of your face. That everything I said that was going to happen, happened to perfection. And look, no one's entertained. So no one's entertained by it. No one cares. There's 1,000 people watching Top Trading Edge right now. 1,000 people watching Top Trading Edge, getting absolutely nothing. And here the answers to the test have been here the whole time. It boggles my mind, but I'm sure he provides something. I'm sure it's something. I just don't know what the value is, but obviously there's something there, because 1,000 people watching, 100% wrong information, like 80% wrong information. That's insane to me. And then they're paying $5,000 for his quote unquote course. Boggles my mind. But this is what people like. He's got the market trapped. He's got them cornered, and now they feel like, well, I've already spent this much time and money. I can't leave now. Maybe it'll happen for me if it happens for him. And then you got to pay $1,000 to get in his Discord, or what does he do? WhatsApp. You got to pay $1,000 to get into his WhatsApp. Insane. But people pay it. Meanwhile, I had the answers the whole time. We knew what the entry was for puts. It had to be a break. This was over here. Here, let me put it back where it was. This was over here, right? It had to look like this. If it didn't look like that, then we're probably not interested in it. Right? So, and this is going to take time for everyone to understand how this works, and it's going to take time to hold your trade until it gets to the next level, because that is our best bet. That's our best bet, because the market has to do certain things. I need a catchphrase. Boom, boom, boom. Vertical, what up? Boom, boom, boom. The bulls are here. Or what did he say? The bulls are coming. The bears are here. The bulls are coming. I got to respect this game, man. I got to respect it. He's got the market cornered, let me tell you. But I feel bad because, I also see a shit ton of people saying, I just lost $5,000. I just lost this crazy money. Consistently. And I just don't know. Boom, boom, boom. Vertical. That's funny. But look, someone asked earlier the value of the Discord. This is, besides telling the world or the Discord members what the future is going to be in the stock market, there's nothing more I can do. Besides saying on the break of this blue line right here, when this breaks, we can only ask till up to here. Up to wherever I have this liquidity box right here. If we get more than 30 cents, great. Absolutely great. But at least we have something to set our sights on, right? At least we have some type of, and if you're in the trade, if you're doing exit strategy legs, you're still in the trade. You're still in the trade. This is good money here. So we got to have realistic expectations of how much we expect to make on a trade as well. And look, I told the whole world, don't look for puts until this. Unless we get here, we're not interested in puts. So that's just what it is. That's the value I provide. If people don't see it, then then this isn't for you, right? You probably need to change the channel, because if you don't understand what's happening right in front of your face, whatever I'm doing is not for you. And there's nothing wrong with that. It could be something wrong with me, but I'm just never going to understand people. I'm never going to understand people. Same thing with, sometimes people they vote a certain way, and it's like, wait, you're voting like, you keep voting the same thing over and over and over, and what do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you voting like that? Now, I'm not saying politicians don't pull the okie doke on you. They do it all the time. They all do it. All of them. They all pull the okie doke. It's all fun and games until time for rubber to hit the road, and then big money steps in and tells them, oh no, this is how you're going to operate. And unfortunately, we're all victims to that. Nothing we can do about that. Nothing we can do about that. And then they're, people are like, I'm going to vote for this no matter what. No matter what, I'm voting for this thing. It doesn't even matter how the politician performs. They're still going to vote no matter what, the same thing over and over and over. And that boggles my mind as well. I think some people are very tribal. Very tribal. People in general are just tribal, right? I guess that's what it is. People in general are just tribal. But look, to the members in the Discord, if you don't find value, then you shouldn't stay if you don't find value. Or if I'm not telling you what's going to happen and it happens, then you shouldn't keep doing something if it's not a thing for you. Because I want to make sure I provide value to everybody. That's important to me. I think that's something that, period, across the board, just has left this timeline. Value for money, right? Or people want extra money for doing absolutely nothing. Like, why would I have to give you a tip if you order something from a restaurant or a fast food, let's say, semi-fast food, and you go pick it up on your own? They want a tip just because they brought it to the register. Like, wait, what? Why are you even asking me for a tip right now? And then you feel bad if you don't give them a tip because they they'll put you on the spot. Sir, that's just asking you how much tip you want to give. Oh, none? You don't want to give any tip? Okay. And then you're like, well, Jesus, I can't come back here. And then, you had stuff like Toyota Tacoma, a truck that was bulletproof. They didn't need to change a thing. They have 1990 Toyota Tacomas, 1989 Toyota Tacomas still running. Still kicking and screaming. And they decided to do what? Change it up. For what reason? Why would they change it up? And now nothing works. Nothing works anymore. You can't even buy a new car without it having breaking down. You think after 150 years of building cars, we'd kind of get it by now. You think we would get it. Okay, I know how a transmission works. I know how pistons work. I know how a drive shaft works, but no. Now nothing works. You can't buy a goddamn thing and have it work the way it should. Everything is shitty. Everything. They just make it look modern. It's like, okay, cool modern look. The shit don't work though. And then how much do the cars cost? You're talking about $80,000. You're not going to spend under, I think, probably like $60,000 for a reasonable truck. If you want a reasonable truck, you're not going to spend under 60 grand, which is crazy. Trucks are supposed to be for the working man. I got to haul shit everywhere. I got to do shit with my life that I need to have space to drag shit around. And they don't goddamn work, and they cost 60 grand minimum. Minimum 60 grand. So we're all a victim to this new timeline that they got us on. And then I found out the other day that Pikachu never had a black spot on his tail. What? Like, I'm pretty sure I remember my life when Pikachu had a black tail, like a black stripe on the tail. Never happened. I'm like, wait, that's impossible. I lived life. I know what happened. And they're telling me, nope, didn't happen. Go look back. And then I'm lost for words. I have no idea. Yeah, I think that the '09 Silverado, I think that one was the good one. Around '09-ish or something like that, I want to say. '09-10, that was the bulletproof Silverado. Now you can't buy a goddamn thing without having it break down on you or rip or tear, or you got to replace some major shit. Like, what? Toyota and Honda, you used to be solid. And then they used to be like, this is a long time ago, but if you had a Toyota or Honda, you know, you're cheap or you're a high school kid or whatever. Now, I wish I had a high school, you know, whatever I was in high school. I wish I had one of those Hondas because they still run. They didn't need to have any, you know, and then you got a 12-inch goddamn screen. All the interiors look the same now. They all look the same, and they're all kind of plain and ugly to me. '96 Tacoma, it doesn't get any better, and they are they still hold their value because you can't buy that type of value now. You can't even buy it now. Those Tacomas used to run, and now they break down. And then the Tundra, I think the Gen 2, either the Gen 1 or Gen 2 Tundra, bulletproof for a V8, bulletproof. And now they had a recall because all the engines they're replacing engines, entire engines they have to replace. So I don't know what's going on, but how are we regressing as a people? How? You'd think after 100 years we'd figure out how to make a car. All right, look, if you're in green, if you're on the break of this green, you need to protect this trade, okay? It's not quite the 30 cents. Let me see. We'll say 86. Oh man, it was 2 cents off of the 30 cents, so you're gonna have to give it some time here. No, rant's not over. I'm just paying attention. I'm paying attention. I just wanted to make sure it's all set up. I wish I could buy a gosh damn. I wanted to either get a Tacoma or a Frontier, just because Frontier, it's cheap, and it's one of the only ones now they don't have like turbo or hybrid. It's just a straight up engine. Get a okay, Solitaire, I think you're setting me up for I think you're setting me up. That sounds like a setup. That seems like a setup, Solitaire. One of the members said I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it because I'm gonna feel weird. I knew it. I knew it. Oh man, the setup right there. Why are you trying to set me up? I almost said it live on TV or wherever YouTube. Let's see if we can get this 30 cents out of this green. It got down to what? Let's say 87. We need to get down to 57. We need to get to 57 or else I'm not going to feel comfortable. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now we got our 30 cents, okay? So protect your trade now. Now you can protect your trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to be reasonable. Because look, you know what? The Bears are here. The Bears are here. Or what was it? Shit, what was it? Hold on, he just said it. Boom, 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 boom. There. But LST, how did you know? But Josh, how did you know? Oh man, he's a good guy. He's all right. I respect the hustle. I really do. I think what it was a lot of them started during the COVID stuff where everyone was bored at home, and that's where they got a lot of their... Okay, look, we're coming up to key level right here. You know, whatever reason, I have this gosh damn line here, so you need to start adjusting. Look, break of the green. It took secondary liquidity here, but break the green. So don't overstay your welcome here. I'm just going to slide this over just a little bit. Damn it, I'm muted. How'd you know? Okay. How did you know I'm muted? What? That's scary. Get out of my window, dude. All right. Look, what I was saying is this, is that, was I muted really the whole time? I'm losing my mind. But what I was saying is this. I told you at 11:30, maybe an hour, 45 minutes ago, I told you, you're going to have to hold. You're going to have to hold for about an hour. So I'm glad you did it, because you went from -80 to -5. You gave yourself a chance. Yeah. No, I think you're in my goddamn window, dude. But remember I told you an hour ago, you're going to have to hold for an hour. Damn, was I on mute for real all that time? Did anyone hear when I was talking about the 30-minute chart? Okay. I'd say like 2 minutes before I sent that lost text. Okay, yeah. So a little bit before you sent that message, I was telling you, it's, you're in the put, that's fine, but you're gonna have to hold it now for at least an hour. I said that maybe 45 minutes to an hour, and until 1300, that's what I said. So good on you, right? You took the advice, or maybe that was your plan already, but at least we knew, we knew what needed to happen. We knew what needed to happen. Now, if you would have got above 711, then I would have been like, you know what? Maybe you need to cut that. Or, what? Yeah, 711, whatever I have here. If we would have went above that, then I would have been like, you need to cut it. So you held. Good on you. There, big support here, right? You see big support right here. So it's going to take a lot to break through it. It needs to do this if you want to look for more puts, okay? It needs to do this. Now, you held from -80 to -5. Perfect. You need to start to figure out your life right now, though. Holding is what allowed you to mitigate further loss. But holding till infinitum, I don't know about that. Like that. See that? Now it's going to get hectic. Oh, man. We need to have a strong break below whatever this shit is here. What is this? 0941. Okay, for those that didn't hear when I was talking because I was muted, so if you didn't hear, it's because you're stupid. But look, if you didn't hear because I was talking on mute, I had this inverse cup and handle here, and it played out perfect. Right? It played out absolutely perfect. So this is the value of the Discord. I mean, damn, this played out. Jesus. All I have to say is boom, boom, boom. That's it. That's all I got to say. Boom, boom, boom. If I got to say more. But Chen, you need to figure out your life, dude. If you're still holding puts. I think surviving a -5, I think, okay, you know, you win some, you lose some. -80, that's gonna hurt your emotion. That's gonna hurt your heart. All right, look, again, heavy support. Wherever this shit is that I have right here, heavy support. Let them figure it out. So look, we have a higher low, a higher low. We need to see what's going to happen with this wave here. Because look, we know if we get up here, all right. All right. Above what I say? 7-11? The only shitty part is it's late in the day and I don't want to get caught in chop. It's late in the day, we don't want to get caught in chop because we have to watch out for this. We already see what's happening on the screen. You don't need to think too hard. It's on the screen right in front of you. You see the chop right in front of you. So if they wanted to fade here till the end of the day, until Kingdom Come, that's reasonable. But we do have a lot of good movement. This is good movement here. If we can break this lick box and then still have plenty of time on the clock, you know, we'll look for some upside over here. Either way, in either direction. Right? But this lick box. Chen, you didn't take the... Bruh. Chen, we just went over this. I just told you. Hi. Okay. See, we don't want to have to go off of hopes and prayers, man. You got to have a plan, dude. Dude, you got to join... You're throwing away... I'm not saying you're throwing away money, but... You're playing the game too risky, dude. You can't be so risky. You got to wait for certain things to happen. And then you got to understand the environment we're in. You need to allow certain things. You know, your puts would have been much more successful had you waited for this pattern right here. Right here, this pattern, much more successful. You know, we understood we're inside this liquidity box here. That's all we're doing. We're just inside of this. And we identified this a long time ago. So I think maybe you're thinking too hard and you're doing a little too much guessing. We don't need to guess. Certain things need to happen. We've been 100% today. But the reason you probably got it wrong, or, you know, maybe took a loss, was because you're not in the Discord. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying, man. I could be wrong, but... All right, this 7-11 is going to be major resistance, and 709.46 is major support. So there's probably nothing to do. In between here, we see what's happening. This is why I have whatever I have on the screen. This is why. If you're able to scalp from green to key level, great. Don't overstay your welcome. We have to go level by level. That's all we can ask for. Um, you're lagging a lot. I wonder if does the Discord lag? I'm not sure if the Discord lags. But either way, you're probably driving. Stop driving. Here's the thing, Chen. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. You know, if we're not waiting for this pattern or this pattern up here, then you know you're in the chop. And you're probably driving. Stop driving. Everyone's driving and trading today. Don't do that. That's super dangerous. A catchphrase? Brother, if I need to persuade you to do the right thing for yourself, it's not for you. This is a personal journey, man. You know, if I wasn't 100% today and if that didn't persuade you, then this isn't for you. I shouldn't have to persuade you. This is you're your own man. You are your own man. The information is right in front of you. Everything you need to know is right in front of you. It's on the internet. I do this every day. Because now you got me sounding like a used car salesman. I'm never going to beg anyone. I'm not going to beg anyone to join. That's crazy. Buy high, sell. Brother, you need to stop driving. You need to stop driving. I mean, just for like public service, public service announcement or public safety, you should probably not drive and do this. Wait, how can you focus? Okay. You're risking more than just like a couple bucks. You're probably risking like innocent people's lives. Man, you need to stop driving. I don't know if you're joking, but I hope you are. There's no way you're, because I'm imagining like you keep saying that you're cutting out. So I'm assuming you're driving and eating. And rolling a joint. And just finishing off the last beer. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, this chopping here is getting serious. They have good movement. But look, we already know what our entry is. So we don't need to think too hard. Oh, okay. Got you. Also, trading on the phone, that's going to be very difficult for what we do, man. That's very difficult. If you want a free, reasonable trading platform, look into Webull. But when you're setting it up, man, I actually can't say this online. There's a special way to set it up. Send me an email, livespytrading@gmail.com, and I'll tell you how to set it up because I can't say it online. When you ask them for permissions to the option, I mean to trade options, or what is it, like request, whatever it is, there's a special way you got to do it. And I can't say it on the internet. If you decide to try to do like a slightly better trading platform for doing this, send me an email, livespytrading@gmail.com. Yeah, just wait till after. This chop is mega crazy. Mega crazy. I just made that up. But look, we understand that liquidity boxes is the place where, well, number one, where dreams die. But liquidity boxes are where everyone agrees to the price. Everyone's buying and selling in here. We all agree to this price. All right, 1300. 1300, exactly the time. This is the time I told you to hold until, Chen. So if it's not going to happen now, you probably need to figure out your life, dude. This is the time. Well, what is it? Okay, 3 minutes ago, I told you to hold until 1300. So yeah, 3 minutes to figure now. All right, man. This is your time. Theta's kicking in now, okay? So think about what you want to do. We're on the 1300 5-minute candle. This is the time. Now you need to decide. Because the market's not going to care about your lagging situation. If you're lagging or whatever, you need to figure it out now. Or at least adjust your stop so it's not negative. You know, you should be at close to -5 again. You know, -25, probably not an option at this point. Probably not an option. So if you're going to take a small loss, fine. But I don't recommend. You know what? You're going to do what you need to do. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out, man. But here's the time, right? I told you 1300. You're going to have to wait for that amount of time. Exactly on the 1300 candle on the 5-minute chart is exactly what needed to happen. So now you need to figure it out. I can only give you the answers, but so much. But I'm interested to know the results. I'm just really worried we're going to stay in this goddamn chop. We're coming up to major support again on 0943 or 46 on the 1 minute. We really don't need to think too hard. We see the pattern right in front of us. Once the pattern breaks, then we'll have an idea. We just have to wait for continuation on the other side. Look at all this liquidity that's been built up right here. Look at all this liquidity that's been built up. Chen, I need you to close your eyes right now, breathe in, and realize what you're doing right now at this moment is called overtrading. And it's called revenge trading. What you're doing right now is revenge trading. You're trying to make up for the loss. It's not going to work because you're too emotional. You're gambling. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to work because you're too emotional. This is a business. If you were giving someone money to trade for you, would you want them to gamble with your money? Now look, this is your own money. This is your own business. We have to live to fight another day. If you take a 5% loss, okay, that's reasonable. That's fine. You're not going to win every day. But, 30%, 80%, you can't sustain that. And gambling here at this point, knowing we're in chop, this is the greatest risk. We're in chop. There's probably no trade to be had, right? Maybe above 711, maybe below 709.26. But in between here, you need to understand what's happening to yourself right now. This is called over trading. This is destructive to a lot of accounts. If it hits and you get something, I'm happy for you, but that's not sustainable. That's not sustainable. I don't want you to, because I don't want you to lose, but I also don't want to enforce negative behavior. Okay, yeah. Take that win. You know what? I'm not going to tell you what to do, but what I will tell you is gambling's not the way, brother. This is the business, right? Certain things need to happen, and if it doesn't happen, then there's no trade there. But you're over trading. This is you over trading. Breathe in this moment. So when it happens again, whatever you're feeling, all that pressure you feel inside, all the sweatiness in your palms, your heart rate, you feel that cold feeling down your spine. Every candle, you're biting your fingers and your toenails on every candle. This is over trading. This is revenge trading. You need to remember this moment right here and hold it very dear to you. So you know when you're doing it. So you know physically what it feels like to know. So when that physical feeling happens again, you can stop yourself from doing that because it's going to be destructive to your account. This is a lot of chop, and it's a lot of swings in the chop. And you're talking about, let's see. Each swing's like, a point and a half. $20% is great. 20% is great. That's a good way to call it. I think as long as you don't risk more than what you made for the day, you'll be okay. As long as you finish green. As long as you finish green. But remember, there's earnings after hours. The big boys are reporting earnings. So if they wanted to fade here straight to the side, just like this, that's reasonable. If we get this, something like this, or whatever I have here, that's reasonable. You know, this is different. And then we have to have enough time to let it play out. We have to have time. So we got to make sure that everything's in order. Otherwise, we're just chopping around sideways. It has to be like, you know, whatever I have on the screen here. It has to be like that. Otherwise, we're guessing. If you follow this, you don't need to guess. You don't need to guess if you follow whatever I have on the screen. We're in horizontal liquidity. They left diagonal around blue. Now we're in horizontal whenever we identify the weakness in blue. Starting to see some wicks on the bottom on this 30-minute chart. We got a wick right here, a wick right here, a hammer, hammer. So a lot needs to happen. Wait, let's see. We still got 15 minutes on, or a little under 15 minutes on that candle. So I think that next candle is going to be important, how it closes. All right, bud. Have a good one. Good trading today. We'll see you tomorrow. Tell your mom I said what's up. I'm kidding. She's a good lady. Trust me. Everything sideways. Everything is sideways. All right, I'm going to set alerts. I'm going to set alerts. I have an alert on 0926. And I'm going to put a nice little line right here. I have an alert on 7-Eleven. Or what's this called, Jones? Whenever we have this right here, when it does this and then this and then this. Jones knows what that's called. What's that called? There it is. That. That's what I see. One of them's gonna get tired. One of them's gonna get tired, right? We see this. Here's the risk to reward. What the heck? Here's the risk to reward. From orange to top of lick, from yellow to bottom of the lick. So it's still safety, quote unquote, is going to be BRR, under or above. Nothing's changed. Same thing. Nothing's changed. Still the same setup, right? We identified the liquidity. You don't even need to think too hard. So they're both going to be if then. They're both going to be if then. So if we break this, then we're waiting for the retest and reject. If we break this, then we're waiting for the retest and reject. Okay? But this liquidity box is running the day, because we don't want to get caught right in between. Like this. Very simple. You don't need to think. Stop thinking so hard. This is the answer. Whatever I have on the screen is the answer. And it may happen after hours. So I'm going to clean up this chart just so it's not confusing. Everyone knows. If you don't know what the setup is, you need to say something right now. If you can't see, or if it's not clear to you, you need to say something. Okay? Let's see what we got. Say it now, or forever sit on your butt. Or wait, forever put your finger in your butt. He said whoosh. What does that mean? What does that mean? Say it now or sit on your thumb. It has to be like this. This is what we identified it. We don't even need to think. Don't even think anymore. Stop thinking. But look how hectic it is inside there. That's the part that's gonna mess us up, because it's hectic. So if you're not above the last high, below the last low, and then a little bit more, it's gonna be hectic. So I think the BRR is going to be important, because that's going to prevent us from a stop hunt. Not prevent, but it'll mitigate the risk of a stop hunt. So if they want to fade here, fine. That's very possible if they fade in between whatever this liquidity box is. Just until infinitum, who cares? But one of them is going to get tired, right? Because the bulls, they keep buying it back up, buying it back up, buying it back up. They're like, no, we don't want to let it go. And the bears pushing it down, and they're getting closer every time. So we'll know when this trend breaks on a BRR above. Very simple, very simple. But if you've made money today, you better call it a day, because we don't got a lot of time on the clock left. You better call it a day and be happy with the money you made. That's what I suggest. Don't be like some people, buy call, buy put, buy call, buy put. That's not how it works. We got to be patient and allow the trade to come to us. If we keep chasing trades and because we see a green candle buy call, it's not going to work out. It's just business. And when I'm saying it like that, I'm spelling it with a D. Do you see how everyone's agreeing on the price in here? Everyone's agreeing to the price. They're like, yeah, I want to get in here. I want to get in here. Everyone's just agreeing to the price. So until they stop agreeing, we don't need to think. Until they have a disagreement, we'll be fine. Let them disagree first.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, I stepped away for a second. I'm back. Look, if you took orange, protect this trade. And apparently that was not correct structure. Falling wedge structure. No, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, Jones. The point is, whatever you call it, whatever the name is, it doesn't matter. Certain things needed to happen. When we break this orange, all we can ask for is to the top of this. If we get a break and retest above, great. Great. So you need to protect this trade on the break of orange. And honestly, the risk to reward from yellow to the bottom of the lick box, that was probably too tight, right? This was the better setup on orange. So it doesn't matter what we call it. It needed to be whatever we call this shit. It had to be whatever I drew or whatever the setup was, right? Either orange or yellow. That was it. So we'll go ahead and mark this one. Didn't quite set off my alert yet. And we knew that the put scenario was down here. This is the only put scenario. So we're late in the day now. So figure out what you want to do with your life. We hit key level. Everything that needed to happen, happened. Everything. Now just protect the trade. Don't get greedy. Follow whichever exit strategy you're comfortable with. But no, you know, knowing the names it's not like a knock on you. Who cares about the name? The point is that whatever we said needed to happen just had to happen, right? Either orange or yellow. Calls for orange, puts for yellow. I don't give a shit if we call this the Jones trap. This is called the Jones trap. Whatever we want to call it, but this one went from 1023 if you were to catch it at the right moment. 1097. Good move. So the reason why it's important to not get greedy and to collect when you can is because we have to worry that we're still in the chop. Look, we didn't close out above this lick box yet, so we need to get above this lick box. So whichever exit strategy you're working with, keep track of what's happening, so you know which one you're more comfortable with. It went 2 cents away from 2 cents from 11. We just have to be careful. We didn't get caught in some chop right here. I'm just gonna slide this over. All right, their second bite at the apple. Go ahead and adjust your stops. All right, alert. Go ahead and adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. Right? It went from the break of the orange to the top of the lick box. Exactly what we expected. Now, if you're waiting for the retest and reject, wait for it. Also, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted. Go to Live Spy Trading. You see the... We've been absolutely perfect today. Absolutely perfect. Everything is played out exactly as we expected. And the more data we get, the easier it is. This is not difficult at all. If you're on YouTube and you're confused, you're like, wait, what? How is this a good trading? Then either you need to watch from the beginning. Look at the money. Or join the Discord to figure it out. But I can't go over every single setup every single time. You're going to have to join the Discord, go through the lessons, and it'll be very clear to you. Also, on this play here, I couldn't be any more clear. I made sure everyone understood the risk to reward. I made sure everyone understood if something happens, what to expect next. So besides giving the answers to the test, there's nothing more I can do. Now we just got to make sure there's not going to be a stop hunt here. So maybe adjust your stops. I'm not saying stop yourself out. I'm saying to not be greedy and be reasonable. Be happy with the money we get. And then maybe be excited for the future to know, we got something solid here. This isn't just, boom, boom, boom. This isn't just bears are here, bulls are here. This is something you can, rely. I think there's some amount of reliability here, because we do this every single day. Let your exit strategy play out, whichever one you decide. You don't need to think about this stuff. It has to be a certain way. And if you're waiting for another setup, then wait for it. There's nothing wrong with that. This is your business. It has to look the way you want it to look. But I mean, honestly, we already knew what was going to happen. We already knew. Now this is going to be important. This is going to be either stop hunt, where they do this, or continuation, where they do this. So we'll figure it out. But if you entered here, you should be adjusting accordingly, little by little, adjusting. I have to step away for a second. I'm going to be right back. I have to step away. I'll be right back. Look at the money we're printing. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to step away. I need to walk away. All right, I'll be right back. Don't... Just adjust your stops, okay? That's all you need to do. Just be comfortable. We survived the first wave, so we at least made that money. So you can't lose from here. You cannot lose from here. Just remember that. All right, I'm going to walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Really quick, I just want to point something out. I want you to notice the trending up bear cycle Okay? Pay attention to that because that's a thing, obviously. But it's just something I want to note. So I'm going to step away for a little bit. I'll be right back. Okay, go ahead and adjust your stops now. So we wanted a break, a retest, and a reject. All of that happened. Adjust your stops. Very simple. Very simple. Remember, this is what we called out. This right here. This same thing that's happening is exactly what we called out. Easy money, right? Very easy. Now I'm just adjusting little by little, little by little. I'm flying a little close to the sun here. I might stop out. I think it might get hectic. I'm going to take something off the table at least. And look, the reason I had to walk away is because I know I wouldn't survive this. I know if I was just staring at the brokerage, I wouldn't survive this. I would start moving my stop, right? So I understood I needed to walk away. That's what I did. Look at the money. Look at the money we printed. I'm here. I'm just focusing. Give me a second. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm gonna start chasing it now. With my first set of contracts, I'm gonna leave the runners running a little bit. Okay, this one got me on my first set right here. 1422 candle got me. I'm actually gonna move the runners as well because theta's starting to kick in. Okay, this is a good trade. The entry was on orange. So if you enter on orange, even if you enter at the worst possible time, let's see. We're gonna say 1019 all the way to 1155. This is good money. We're 100% on the day. So, oh my gosh. You know what? All right. I knew it was gonna be a little bit hectic in here, and yeah, that's okay. I took my money, and that's it. I'm not gonna be upset about it. We did good today, so I'll leave it alone. I will leave it alone. Man, I could have left the runners. I could have left the runners, but I didn't. Okay, you know what? I'm it was still a good trade. I'm proud of myself because I held through this right here, the break and retest. So I'm proud of myself that I did that. I wanted to point out the uptrending bear cycle, right? So that should have given it that gave me a little bit of a clue. Could have got a little bit more, but you know, maybe we're looking at the 5. I'm gonna borrow this chart right here, and I'll be right back. Actually, I don't need to go anywhere. I can still talk and do this. I'm just gonna clean it up just a little bit. Look at this. Gosh, damn it. Okay, I'm probably done for the day. I'm gonna hang out in the Discord for a little bit, but I'm gonna end the stream here. Let me go over our setup so everyone can understand why you should join the Discord. Earlier today, we identified that the break of green was going to be our put entry, so we rode this down all the way to well, me myself, I got out 709 around 709.94, but it continued down to 709.30. This was a really good trade. We had a scalp on blue and for a call, and then we just had this most recent call on orange, which if you're still here, you probably heard the entire setup. You probably heard everything I said that was going to happen, everything that needed to happen, and it all happened. Everything to perfection. We cautioned against puts until we got, we needed to see this right here. So we cautioned against puts. I think there was a scalp opportunity on one of these greens for a put. But in real time, I was like, look, we're at key level, figure it out. Again, we're in the uptrend. We don't want to fight the trend too much. So this was our day. We had a very good day. I think there was really only probably 4 trades in the day, but we identified 1, 2, 3 really good ones, and I'm pretty happy with that. So we did excellent today. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted. Now they're going to ask you for the credit card. If you want to continue, you don't have to do anything. If not, after 24 hours, they're going to ask you, what do you want to do with your life? Hit cancel if it's not for you, because this isn't for everyone. It's not a get rich quick scheme. This is it's a learning process, and you're going to have to learn yourself and learn what you're comfortable with. I myself, in real time, I had to walk away. Once I saw this, I was like, oh man, this is where I need to get up and walk away, because I know what needs to happen. I know what should happen. But if I'm in my brokerage, if I'm staring hard at the 1 minute candle, 1 minute chart, I know what history has told me about myself, and it tells me that I'm twitchy with the stop button. So to avoid that, I had to get up and walk away. I was safe. There was no way I could have lost the trade because we're already in profit, but I just needed to let that extra little bit play out, and I'm glad I did. So we had a good day. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you get done reading and understanding that, go to the website livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Have a good day. Goodbye.